That's not fair, man. That's not fair. That's not fair. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, fuck you. Shit, I didn't need to reload. It's moot. I just gotta learn not to reload there, I guess. I just gotta learn not to reload, I guess. I can't afford to. Sorry. Sorry about that. Man, it's really laggy. I don't know why. Like, it's extra laggy today. Maybe because it's hotter outside? I don't know. I got my fan on my 64. Try, my friends. I'm gonna try the left strafe, second room. The ace left strafe, second room. So laggy today, I don't know why. what the fuck is this? Like, what the fuck, man? Here we go. Terrible. That roll, man. That was so fast. I got freaking like 4 boosts there. Please, like, please. No! That was so fast. That was so fast, man. Damn. God, man. Fucking hell, man. Fucking man. Oh my god. Like, what? Like, what? Thank you, auto aim. I have no health. Should we just hear if it opens? I'll shoot the guards. And then I'll pause again, I guess. Guess I shouldn't have paused, but whatever, it's moot. Come on. What the fuck, man? Come on. Please, stop rolling. Like, what? Guys, what the like, guys. fuck is this?
Playing in the background is the fantastic Zach Zoloff remix of Ashes by Origin on Discover Dark. Before that, we heard Vibrant by Balthazar and Jack Roth. And going back one more was Space 92 with Reactor. Coming up is the track of the month, and this month's track is the brilliant new release from Skazi.
Yo, Anomaly, what's up, man?
Stay, featuring vocals by Lynn on Spin Twist Records.
That's nice to say, man.
Track is great, but it's the massive breakdown that really
That's funny because for me it's been 2 different
Skazi,
days. Let's go. Yo, dude, I've had some really like, let's go, man. I'm doing natural stuff only now. I'm honing the natural stuff, man, and we're getting some fast and good runs, man. I'm just getting a little more used to the left strafe. I know where to shoot in left strafe, how much to be in left strafe in the second room. A lot of 23 glass pause outs. A lot of 23 glass pause outs. My 64 is lagging today. It's a hot day. I wonder if the temperature is affecting the 64. I'm sure it is. Right? Like, I'm anticipating that boost now even. You know what I mean? Like, fuck off. So that's like a 24 pause out, even though it was super conservative, right? 25, yeah, it was super slow. That was too slow. So went around. Handled the heat, yeah, really. Oh my gosh, let's go, bro. Let's do it, man. Yeah, man. I'm feeling really good. I'm feeling really good, man. Oh, Anomaly, I figured out the full moon discrepancy. Because you're in the future, man. For us, the full moon is going to be the 3rd. But since you're in the future, that's why I was confused. Yeah. But I mean, it's the same moon. I guess it's just the day is, what's the word? A detail? Same moon, same day. Yeah, exactly. So I was thinking the 4th, I'm like, man, the moon is like really full. It's just a label. The date, yeah, exactly. Hell yeah, man, hell yeah. I'm feeling good. Feeling good that you're here. Feeling good that we're fucking... It's just laggy, dude. It's really laggy. I might elevate it. I have a fan on it, but I might elevate it. I might cut up 2 toilet paper rolls and elevate it like that from its feet. might actually just do that right now.
Please, don't leave.
Best thing would have like an air conditioning hose to the 64. Then you might get condensation. Could water cool it like they do with PCs. Even that was 25. It's just so fast. That's considered modding the console. Oh dang, dude. Good point. 100% it would. 100% it would. I don't know, maybe not. I don't know how they water cool a PC. I don't even know how that's possible. Unless they have like a heat sink and then a water pipe through the heat sink. An aftermarket heat sink. It's the only way I can see it happening. Which isn't really modding it. If you do a heat sink water system. But I think an AC with even some sort of filter on the AC out pipe just to capture moisture. What? It's ice cap. Ice cap. Wow. That thing is so delicious, but so contains so much fat. That thing contains so much cream and sugar. Man, it tastes good though. It's like imagine an iced cappuccino slushy, shaved ice with cream. It's insane. With like Brazilian coffee. Tim Hortons uses Brazilian beans. It's a Brazilian company. Oh no, because they exist. Yeah, it's really low quality food. The drinks are better, but that's a very... I used to drink a lot of them growing up when I was growing. I can't drink that now. I can't drink one now. Because it's just a lot of fat and sugar. I eat very well. I eat a lot of food. I'm very blessed, but I work out, I spend it, I burn a lot of it. So I'm right at the max limit of intake and caloric consumption of burning the food. But I can't do that. It's like a bomb. It's like a fat bomb, a sugar bomb of fat. It is tasty though, man. Damn, it's really tasty. It's like a dessert iced cappuccino. I think they put a little bit of whipped cream on top too. And you can choose whether you want to, like from a can whipped cream, like really shitty whipped cream. I don't know if they make it themselves. Oh wow, congrats man, that's great. Yeah, soft drinks is a big... It's just a lot of sugar. It's a lot of calories. It's also very acidic. Sugar is the thing, right? Because with sugar, yeah, it's insane, yeah. Hey man, congrats, dude. I used to drink a lot of Coke too, and then I stopped. Sparkling water, that's amazing. That's so good. Oh, let's do a water break. The ASMR. Oh, it's just half empty though, but we got the OG container back. The 4 liters. It's back, yeah, baby. It is back. I don't know if he does carry something like that. What? Come on, I thought he passed away. What is this nonsense, man? Oh, without. Oh my god, man. Oh, brutal. I don't know why I thought I could have gone by without passing him away. That was really silly of me. Fuck off, man. Why? This.
up the mix for the first hour is a brilliant collaboration from GMS and Faders titled Nomads, and you can find that one on Sacred Technologies. Before that was Beyond with Dream, and going back one more was the track of the month from Skazi and Omiki titled Stay featuring Lynn. Coming up is the guest mix from Super Oxide.
The guest mix. Christopher Lawrence brings you the cutting-edge guest mixes from top DJs, producers, and club residents. This is the guest mix.
There was a sense around it that there was something special, that it wasn't like anything else. It wasn't like other psychedelics. Its intensity and speed was such that it really produced a different kind of response. I mean,
Like even that was 24.
it's kind of like a
You know what I mean?
psychedelic
Like I think you can get some fucking 22 pause outs. It's insane.
into this rapidly changing environment that was
Like that was 24.
gradual.
That was insane. Like that was terrible.
In one place, bang, you're in another place, and then bang, you're back down.
Now it is time for the Pharmacy Artist 1 hour takeover from Super Oxide. He has put together an exclusive mix for us featuring his latest release titled Paradox, which drops this Friday on Beatport and then March 31st worldwide. Paradox is a brilliant psychedelic
What?
journey, and once again,
Why?
Super Oxide delivers with his
Why?
signature galloping bass line. He keeps the breakdowns short
Oh my God,
and lets
man.
the melodies introduced in each drop tell the story. The track is number 2 in his mix for us today, and I will put an ID in there so you know when it's on. Let's get into his mix. Here is Super Oxide with the Pharmacy Artist guest mix on Pharmacy Radio.
As valuable as my
Who is shooting me?
have been,
Why are you shooting me?
I feel that there's a lot more
Like what? Like who? Guys. What? What? Why? Like, what is this? Oh, like, why? Like, why? Oh my god, man.
As valuable as my DMT experiences have been, I feel that there's a lot more enduring value in this technology.
What? Like, come on, man.
Pharmacy promo on Pharmacy Radio.
Fuck, man. How am I out of ammo already? Like, what? Oh. Yeah. Well said, bro. So I'm trying to keep full strafe into the dark room. I might just do the back strafe and then front strafe. Honestly. I don't know. I'm trying to go too fast still, I think. But I think it's also guard reaction dependent. You know what I mean? I was just more pissed off I didn't get the ammo there at the end. Like, just so dumb. Oh my god. Like, what the fuck, man? I should just chill out, honestly. Okay, we need to move the air in here. One second. Let me use the washroom. I'll be back. We're gonna keep going. Turn on the fan outside of my room to bring the air into my room. It's gonna be nice. Also, my raise that's Yeah, really. The same symmetry. Maybe not. What?
Hello, this is Super Oxide and you're listening to my guest mix on Pharmacy Radio.
Why? What? Like, guys. Oh, it's just so dumb, guys. Like, it's just so dumb. It's just such a slow run. Like, it's just so dumb. I don't know why I reloaded. I thought it said 1 bullet. Whatever, it's moot. I thought it said 1 bullet. What the fuck is this? I can't believe I ran out of bullets. Like what? Jesus, man. What?
Hello, this is Super Rockset, and you're listening to my guest mix on Pharmacy Radio.
Fuck off, man. Guys, like, oh man, that's okay. We're getting it though. We're getting it. What was that, 24? 23 still. Wow, that wasn't even that good, you know? Okay, we got it. 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 Happening. Thanks, man. Yeah, dude, you see that 23 pause out? It's pretty good. Just keep doing that. Yeah, buddy, thanks, man. I appreciate that, my man. I appreciate you. Like the extra boost? Like what? I guess I didn't pass that box guard over. Let's see what this pause out is. Don't pass away. Oh, you got me. I wanted to see what that pause out was. I'm gonna be right back. Be right back, one sec. And I got toilet paper rolls, and I'm gonna elevate the 64. Yeah, keeping full speed is better for me. Because then if I miss the guys, I can always just release.
Guest mix you have just been listening to is courtesy of Super Oxide. Thank you so much for the wonderful guest mix and for giving us a world debut of your latest release titled Paradox. And if you like that mix as much as I did, make sure to drop by his socials and give him a thanks. That wraps up another episode of Pharmacy Radio. Thanks for listening. Stay safe, stay well, and I will see you back here next month.
You've been listening to Pharmacy Radio with Christopher Lawrence. Visit www.christopherlawrence.com for track lists, tour dates, news updates, and much more.
What?
Pharmacy Radio with Christopher Lawrence, the sound of the underground.
Hello, this is Christopher Lawrence, and welcome to episode 73 of Pharmacy Radio. I have a fantastic episode for you this month, featuring an epic musical journey from Eclipse. Eclipse takes over the decks in the second hour for a proper musical journey, starting with some fantastic 128 BPM progressive house and building to full on-side. I can tell you from experience, it's not an easy mix to make, which makes it all the more special. Coming up in the first hour, I've scoured the internet and my promo inbox for the best in underground progressive house, techno, trance, and psy to put together a stacked mix for you. Plus, I have the debut of 7 Way's latest release on Pharmacy Music titled Connection. Let's start the mix off with some proper heads-down progressive house from Royce House titled Pitch Black on Parquet Recordings.
gave me the slow pause. That's bogus. Whatever. Oh my god, what is going on, man? So long. Fuck, I shouldn't have reloaded. It's moot at 8 bullets. Could I have done it with 8 bullets? Maybe. Maybe. I definitely could have. What's this pause at, like 22? 24? What? Oh right, I passed away the box card. I didn't pass away the box card. Is the YouTube video not moving? Why? It's just so dumb, guys. on, man. Oh. Hi, my love. How are you, beautiful? I'm doing great. How's everything? Oh, that's good, baby. That's nice. That's amazing. Just like you, baby. Just like you. Why don't you just get stuck in the console then, you bloody whopper? Oh, I thought he warped the door. No, he's already there. There's a couple guys. No, I think the animation. I think he runs. He does a 360 or something. Or something like that. Or he warps into the door backwards. You're right. He doesn't warp it forward. He warps backwards into it. You're right. Oh, you're right. I don't know, man. It happens. It's magic. What? It was just practice room. What? What? Like what? Why? Damn it. Like those, you see? Like sometimes you can get really, really, really fast runs. No, it's not that fast. Why?
Pharmacy promo on Pharmacy Radio.
What the fuck? Yo, what's up, Christian? How you doing, man? How are you, dude? Where are you, dude? Are you in Oklahoma? Insane. Congratulations, man. I'm glad to hear, dude. Hope you're doing okay. You're back. You're back at 2 a.m. Insane, dude. It's really nice of your friend, dude. I'll be right back in like a few minutes. I gotta use the washroom and glad you're here, man. It's an honor for you to be here.
Sonic Species, and you're listening to Pharmacy Radio with Christopher Lawrence.
couple thoughts. Skateboarding is officially prostitution. I just saw a post where someone paid $250 to hang out with Andrew Reynolds because they were the highest bidder, and that doesn't include the so I'm out. Also, Tony Hawk, with the world's biggest scam in skateboarding, he has 100,000 people enter a tournament, and all 100,000 are in the top 12. I'm not sure how that works. It's because he breaks it down into different groups so that everyone feels like they have a chance to win. Super unethical. Also, you can buy votes. Voting already was unethical because whoever has the biggest social media following is going to win, most likely, and now it's whoever has the most money. You can pay up to $100 for, I think, 100 votes, so that takes out any of the people that don't have the means, but that won't stop anything because everyone thinks they're in second place. I have a lot of friends online through YouTube and through Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, all social media, and not one of them is in a lower place than 12th place. And even my friend who was in 12th place, who we will imagine is last place, even they advanced to the next round of voting, so no one was eliminated. Where does all this money go? I know, supposedly to build skate parks, but is skateboarding with Tony Hawk that important? Where's Gatorade? Where's Red Bull? Where's ESPN? Where's Street League? Where's Cariuma? Where's all these giant powerhouses of million-dollar corporations? Why is Tony Hawk asking for money from the skateboarders that he's supposed to help in exchange for hanging out with them and then giving away, what, $10,000 or $20,000, whatever it is? He's gonna make several $1 million off of this. What's going on? I don't claim to know all the details, so if there's some things that I'm leaving out, please leave a comment below. I would also like to know, how much money would you guys spend to hang out with me? The answer should be 0. Because I've been hanging out with subscribers for 15 years now for $0.
You got to subscribe on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, too.
Since ancient times, there have been venerated rulers depicted as having elongated heads. Some examples include the Egyptian god Osiris, who is a giant with an elongated head. And then in the 18th dynasty of Egypt, we find the king Akhenaten, or Amenhotep IV. When you look in the Cairo Museum, you see that not only is he depicted with an elongated head, but so is his entire family. The same is true in ancient Babylonia when we learn of the stories of Dagon, Nimrod, or Oannes. Some call him Sidon because he taught the people about agriculture. But we get this idea of this god who's wearing a fish hat or an elongated head, and he has these fish scales because he was part of a seafaring people, comes to the shore of a very primitive people and teaches them about how to make fires and have a society and builds them up from the ground up after the cataclysms. These were extraordinary people. We find the legends of them all over the world, and to a greater degree, we have also seen that this is what has created what we call artificial head binding or cranial deformation of primitive cultures trying to imitate what these more advanced civilizations were teaching them. So to find out more about this, I asked my very good friend Brian Forster to come on the show. He and I have traveled around the world and done conferences together. We've been to Egypt together. We've been up to Peru and Bolivia and all those places, you know, Tiwanaku, Pumapunku, Lake Titicaca, and I have seen his work and the incredible evidence that he has examined from all different sorts of scientific angles, and I want to talk about that with him today. But first, I want to tell
Sounds
you
amazing,
all
dude.
about
Living the neat
these
life.
amazing Orgone pyramids. And you can get them at Light the Light Pyramids. They're made by our very dear friend of the show, Michelle Hood. I love the way that they make the energy in the room feel. They're incredible. So do go and get yourself one. And also, I am taking my functional mushrooms that I always tell you about. And this time of the year, especially since it's cold and flu season, I'm taking the chaga, I'm taking lion's mane, and they're giving me a great boost. And I just can't say enough good things about them. You can get them at neurobuddha.com. And you can use the coupon code ENOC20 at checkout to save 20%. So Brian, I want to jump right into this subject with you because we know that there are these other class of hominids that I believe in your testing they have been called Homo sapiens sapiens paracus. They're a totally different class of hominids, and I want to get into that with you today. But how can we tell the difference between those folks that you're examining up in Paracas, that we'll just call those the real elongated skulls, alongside the ones with cranial deformation? What's the easiest differences to tell in their characteristics?
For ones that are the product of cranial deformation, there's no difference in the volume, cranial volume as compared to a normal Homo sapiens sapiens. But with the Paracas ones, the originals, their cranial volume is as much as 25% larger than normal. And I have an example I can show you. This is actually a cast of a probably 7-year-old child. And the important thing to show is the lack of the sagittal suture. You can see all Homo sapiens sapiens have a suture that goes across this way and connects with the occipital bone at the back, and this one doesn't have that at all. There's no sign that it was ever there, and so that indicates to us that this is not Homo sapiens sapiens. It also has these two little holes in the back of the head, which were for blood and nerve flow. So that also you do not find in Homo sapiens sapiens in general.
That's incredible. Now, Brian, when we look at the size of these skulls, what's really fascinating with this is that they have these enormous heads, and as we mentioned at the beginning of the show, all these stories that we have of these ancient venerated rulers who had elongated skulls, whether we were talking about the depictions of Osiris, or we talk about Dagon, who had the fish hat of the mitre, or we talked about Akhenaten. It appears that these beings, it's one of your puppies. What's his name?
That's Sanko.
Sanko. When we look at these ancient venerated rulers, that they all seem to have some special ability attached to them, whether it was Osiris, whether it was Dagon, whether it was how Akhenaten was depicting himself. The question I want to ask is, do you think that they had extraordinary abilities due to the size of their brains? Do you think that they could have had other capabilities that regular Homo sapiens sapiens don't have?
I would think so, because when you have 25% larger cranial volume, it has to be for something. some people have speculated that the skulls were larger, but the brains were the same size. But I've seen the insides of the original Paracas skulls, and you can see where all of the veins would actually make contact to the interior of the skull. And therefore, that tells you that the brain was the same size as the volume, internal volume of the skull. So in the case of Osiris, of course, we have these depictions of him shown being green and also having either a hat or a head, or a hat covering a head that seemed to be much larger than normal. And then you have depictions, of course, of Akhenaten that way. We don't have evidence of Akhenaten's actual existence, but what we do have is we have the busts that are located in the Cairo Museum of his daughters that are shown clearly to have had elongated skulls, not like the Paracas ones where it's vertical elongations, it's more of a horizontal elongation. But that would, because of the precision of the sculptures, that would indicate that it had to have been based on something or someone, not simply an artistic portrayal or fictionalization of something.
Wow, that's really incredible. I remember walking through Tanis with you when we were there, and you said something that really stuck with me. You said, hey, look at that statue over there that we see of Osiris. And you said, don't you think it's interesting that he's depicted as a giant with an elongated skull? What do you think of the idea that these folks with elongated skulls might not have been from here, that they evolved from elsewhere with a different type of gravity and a different type of birthing due to the way that their heads are shaped?
Well, there is, of course, a connection between Sirius and ancient Egypt. So it could be that Osiris is based on someone who came from the area of the stars of, the Sirius stars, quite possibly. I'm open, I don't have evidence for that, but I'm open to the idea because, of course, Sirius and Osiris are very closely related in terms of letters. So I think it is a possibility. Of course, we do have the time called Zeptepe, or the first time in ancient Egypt, which describes ancient civilizations that existed way before any aspect of the dynastic people. So that could be depicting the time of when the gods walked on Earth with people, and that could have been represented by Osiris and Isis being these first people who came quite possibly from somewhere else other than our planet.
I like that connection that you're making right there. And when we look at that name Osiris, this is something that I've often heard, the connection that we found between Osiris and Sirius. Jordan Maxwell used to say that there was a connection to why we call each other Sir, and as a gentlemanly title, and that came from sire, that went back to Osiris. And it was actually, I believe, Diodorus in the Bibliotheca Historica in 50 BCE that he makes a direct connection to the ancient name of Osiris to Sirius, and we find that connection right there. And normally we say, hey, there's an Orion connection, but I think that's fascinating that you put those together. When we go back and look at these folks, there's all kinds of conspiracies about them, of course, and I'm not sure if you're familiar too much about what Karen Hughes had said. I believe she was associated with some of the World Banks, and she had come out and said that there was another group of these folks with these elongated heads that she felt were running the planet, and they were actually over at the Vatican. Did you ever see her talking about that?
Oh, very much so. That was at least 3 years ago. I was actually in contact with her for a short period of time in regards to that. That's her theory or her speculation. I don't know. She seems to have disappeared off the internet since then, so I don't know if she's been harassed or what happened to her, but that became quite a prominent theory a few years ago.
Absolutely it did. And you know what's interesting is when we look at Egypt, as I know you've looked all over the world at this, and I think everyone would agree when they look at your work that you are the greatest expert in this area, and you have the right background for it, from coming from a biology background, you're a scientist, you left everything, you moved to Paracas, you've been looking at this all your life, you've been involved in genetic testing for this, you take it very seriously, and I know you've looked at where this is all over the world, from the northern Black Sea, Crimea, Scandinavia, the stuff you've said where you found the traces of these elongated skulls, the authentic ones that is, not just the cranial deformation versions. But oftentimes we've speculated that there must have been these folks that were in Egypt. But according to you in the past, and others I've talked to, they said, well, publicly, we have nothing on record to say that we have ever found any of these elongated skulls in Egypt. And I heard something recently that actually came from Steve Mera, who I know you're familiar with, the folks over at Zohar Entertainment in the UK. He has a friend that works at the BBC, and they were in Egypt in some of these tombs that they were going to unearth a new tomb, and they were looking in there, and apparently they were going to do this big BBC expose on what they were finding, and it was going to be a big special. But apparently that all got shut down, and it went hush-hush after they had discovered some elongated skulls. Have you ever heard of anything like that in Egypt being suppressed?
Oh, definitely. I think there are photographs in the Aswan Museum that show depictions of people with elongated heads from very early in the 20th century, like very old photographs of that. So I know Yusuf Awiyan was the one who first showed that to me, of evidence of, you know, the presence of elongated skull beings before dynastic times. So, you know, there is some credence to that theory, but of course Egypt is one of the countries where so much information has been distorted or covered up by authorities because they don't think that the world is ready to hear about it, of course, you know, and of course all of the places that we've not been allowed to visit that recently have been opened up, like the Osiris Shafti places. So there's, you know, I'm hoping that when they open the new museum, the Grand Egyptian Museum, this coming year, I hope, that they will have some items on display from their subterranean vaults at the Cairo Museum that will be of interest to those of us who are looking for so-called alternative origins of the Egyptian people.
Well, they've been saying that forever, haven't they, that they're going to open up GEM. It will be great if they do it this year and not just have a parade, that an opening follows the parade. But it is going to be amazing when they open it up. I wanted to bring it back a little bit to what you were just saying there, you know, when we talk about these elongated headed progenitors and, you know, how they could be associated with our origins going back into the story. If we look at the story of Dagon, Nimrod, or Oannes, who came to the primitive people of Babylonia, and he's depicted, as you know, with this fish hat or the mitre like the Pope wears, and he comes to the primitive people after the cataclysm, and he teaches them about agriculture and how to have a civilization. The same is true over in Egypt. You know, we talk about Osiris and what's on the Edfu story. But when we think of these guys as they're traveling around the world, whether they were missionaries after the cataclysms, or they were just on vacation to certain parts of the world that we find their remains, is it possible that when we look at the stories where you live, the stories of Viracocha, Amaru, and all these guys, that we have this story going over to Mexico, which I know you've talked about a lot. You've done tours to Mexico, and you've covered all these parts in your work and your books. But when we look at the Yucatan and all that, do we find a connection with Quetzalcoatl or Kukulkan, because we have them artificially binding their heads over there? Is there a connection that comes from Peru to there?
I think so, because if you follow what's called the Path of Viracocha, that goes from the southeast into Bolivia, and then towards the northwest, going through all of the megalithic sites that we find, like Machu Picchu and Sacsayhuaman and Ollantaytambo. Then, if you keep following that line, it reaches the Peru-Ecuador border, and then when you follow it from there, because it said that you know, the Viracochans taught the people and then left. If you keep following that line, it does wind up in Mexico, and it goes through Yucatan, and it goes through, I believe, quite close to Mexico City. So those are the locations where you find Kukulkan and Quetzalcoatl. So it could very well be that the individuals who were called the Huiracochan or the Viracochan, when they left Peru, they actually wound up and possibly change their names to accommodate the local cultures in Mexico, the Mexico area.
That's incredible. So there's a cross-pollination of cultures, and it's rather fascinating that here we have these elongated heads depicted, but it's almost like our historians, our archaeologists, our academics have just shunned it. And when we look at the evidence, up to this point, they've tried to dismiss it. Have you felt any pushback from academia or any of these areas when you've taken this testing forward?
The DNA testing?
Yeah.
Well, it's been completely ignored by academia. We had the person who was in charge of the DNA testing was a Peruvian archaeologist, because that was part of the negotiation we had. We had to have a Peruvian archaeologist in charge of the study. So he was the first person to get the actual results that showed a connection with the Black Sea area of Eurasia, not with indigenous people of the Americas. And automatically he refused, or actually I waited for a month after he got the results and contacted him, or actually physically went to his office to talk to him, and he simply said, the results don't match what I expected, because he of course expected it all to match indigenous Peruvians. And then after that we asked if we could do more DNA testing based on the collections of the Peruvian government. He said absolutely not, because every sample you took was contaminated, obviously, which it wasn't. So
that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, so basically that became the end of the DNA study. I've made, of course, a number of videos and written some books with the DNA results, which are open to the public to look at. And that's my audience. My audience is not academia. My audience is the inhabitants of planet Earth.
I love that you brought this evidence and your research forth for everyone. When we look at the evidence for this, okay, let's just take a look at the typical theory we'd find for migrations, even when we look at North America and it's these two continents. We look at the Bering Land Bridge, the Bering Land Strait. What is the difference really that we find within the regular DNA that we find? Let's say we break down the Homo sapiens sapiens, and then we look at the people, let's say of Peru, the people of those areas where you are, compared to these Paracas skulls. What is the difference there in the haplotypes?
Well, in general, the mitochondrial haplo group or haplotype of Peruvians is haplogroup B. So that relates to movement via the Bering Land Bridge. We also see traces of A, C, and D. But in the case of the Paracas, out of the 22 skulls we examined, only 2 of them showed the mitochondrial haplogroup B. None of A, none of C, none of D. And the relationship then is of similar elongated skulls of a contemporary timeline found in Eurasia, more specifically around Crimea and the Black Sea area.
I think that's fascinating.
Thank you.
Well, the reason I find that really fascinating too, Bri, is that we have some interesting connections to those areas when we look at the Ural Mountains. There is the Daska stone. There are these incredible stones, these megaton stones that we find that are visible up from space there, that have 120 million year old fossilized seashells in them. They found all kinds of strange things. It's an area that's truly perplexing. It has an ancient 3D topographical map of the Earth, again visible from space. We have in the nearby areas all kinds of strange mythologies, and one I wanted to ask you about. When we look at the Bulgarians, for example, wasn't it you that told me, I think it was around the 16th century, that royalty had to marry into females that had elongated skulls? Was that something that you were saying before?
Well, I wouldn't say it was something that was prized, because in that area, according to that time frame, there were people with elongated heads that lived in the area of Bulgaria, and the women were prized by other noble families to marry into that group. Why? That's probably lost in time, but that definitely seems to have been chronicled that these were very prized individuals for their specific bloodline.
I could see that. I mean, there's certain groups in Europe, when we look at the Austro-Hungarian Empire, for example, we see the Habsburgs. They have very unique physical characteristics. There are some families, let's say, when we go look at England, without saying any names, that are from, let's say, the area of Lincolnshire, that when you look at them today, they appear to have this elongated headed cranial area, and I think it's a symbol of prestige. And so it's very interesting that that still remains here today. Would you say that there still are populations in any, concentrated amounts on the Earth right now that still have the elongated heads?
Not really. I mean, there were people living in, I think it's the Congo in Africa, that up until the 1950s, they were still doing head binding. But I think missionaries and the government decided that that was not a good idea and prohibited them from doing that. The Inca also had elongated heads, and once the Spanish conquered Cusco, they prohibited skull binding by them. So the portrayals we see of the Inca made by European painters is not a depiction of what the Inca actually looked like. The Inca also had reddish hair, were taller than normal, and also had lighter colored skin. That's what differentiated them from the normal inhabitants of the Cusco Islands of Peru area. That was shown by one of the members of one of Pizarro's brothers noticed that when he was in Cusco. He saw these people who looked quite different and said, "Who are they?" And he was told, "Those are the last of the Viracochans, the old ones."
That's really fascinating. I know even in British Columbia, Canada, where it's interesting that people might not know this. I don't know if you want me to tell everyone this, but
That's good.
You and I both come from British Columbia originally. Now, of course, we don't live there any longer. You live in Paracas, I live in Hungary. But even in those areas, in the Guaidahaya Islands, I believe it is, and in these areas, they found skulls that people can look it up online that have been artificially bound with the cranial deformation. And there's so many people on the internet that will be quick to dismiss the discoveries of, let's say, the Paracas skulls, of the authentic skulls out there. And they'll say, it's all artificial head bonding. Well, why do people think that this practice started in the first place? They were trying to imitate who they perceived as these holy people, these gods, or those with these incredible abilities. Obviously, they saw them and they said, well, we want to be like them. They were another class. And when we look at these depictions, though, of the artificially bound ones, and you gave us a good breakdown at the beginning of the show, when we see where the spine would come in and the size of the head, is this clearly coming into a different spot, though, on the base of the head?
Well, very much so, because it's called the foramen magnum. That is where the vertebrae enter the bottom of your skull. With us, it's at the middle, it's at the balance point. But in the case, again, with this casting of an authentic Paracas young person, you can see that the foramen magnum is very much at the back. It's about 2.5 centimeters back from where ours is. So that indicates that the whole balance of the skull was completely different than ours. Also, I think the diameter of the foramen magnum in the original Paracas is about half of what ours is. So their necks were very thin, probably very long, and so that's what distinguishes the original Paracas from us and from the people who had their head bound. And of course, as you said, the whole idea of head binding was based on copying someone or that existed before. In the case of the Paracas people, it was the mixing with the later Nazca culture that caused, who were normal looking, that caused the beginning of cranial deformation amongst the mix of Paracas and Nazca in order to maintain the look of the original Paracas people. But over the course of time, that all died out, and eventually the Nazca simply looked like a normal Homo sapiens sapiens would look.
That's really incredible to think about. You know, Bri, I will say that you have far surpassed Thor Heyerdahl and those who have gone into those parts looking at these mysteries. You've done so very respectfully. I've been to these parts with you when you've been into these areas of Peru and up into Bolivia, Pumapunku, Tiwanaku, and all these incredible parts. And, you know, so far when we look at this subject, some people like Dan Aykroyd have portrayed these elongated headed folks sort of in a cartoony fashion with the Coneheads movie. We have all sorts of different ideas about them and what that represents. But moving forward, I think that our future generations will have you to thank for taking this so seriously and bringing this up in these incredible subjects. And you have also looked at this idea with these megalithic structures at the same time, but also these cataclysms, as you put out there in your book, Aftershock, and you've been discussing for years. What do you think are the greater implications of all this when you put it together, when your work has looked at the cataclysms, you've looked at megalithic structures, you've shown that there's been advanced machining, you've shown this group. Do you think that we will ever get a full picture of these prehistoric civilizations and who these people were in their global role?
Well, I hope so. I'm very grateful that there are a number of younger people who are making YouTube videos now, more or less looking at the same stuff that I've been looking at. You know, people like Ben of Uncharted X, Jimmy of Bright Insight, Johanna James, and others. And so I'm very grateful that I've been able to influence them to some degree, and I hope that they and others will continue on with exploring and exposing the fact that our history is much more complex and longer than what we've been told, that there were very advanced civilizations with amazing technological capabilities that existed in the, you know, many thousands of years before the dynastic Egyptians or the Inca. And so, yeah, I'm very hopeful that as time goes on, that we'll have more and more of this information reinforced by people other than myself.
Brian, I love that so much, and I want to thank you for coming on today and sharing with us about your latest findings when looking at these elongated skulls. And I'm going to put links down below where people can find your books and they can check out your tours, and they can go, of course, always to Hidden Inca Tours, and they can see what you got going on, but they can also find you on shows like Ancient Aliens and Gaia's Deep Space, and you always have a million other great projects going on. Really quickly before you go, is there anything that we can look forward to that you got coming up?
Well, we're going to Mexico in February with quite a large group looking at evidence of lost ancient high technology at some famous and some not so famous sites, like Teotihuacan, of course, is very famous. But there's another site called Mitla in Oaxaca that shows clear evidence of very advanced ancient technology. Then April, we're going back to Egypt with quite a large group. Then in June, we have our Peru-Bolivia tour, which is more focused on the Inca celebration of the sun, but of course we're going to be going to all the megalithic sites, including going back into Bolivia to Tiwanaku and Pumapunku. And then November, again, we're going to have another Peru-Bolivia tour. I think that's going to be it for next year. I'm still waiting for stability. You know, there's still all of this minor chaos going on around the world based on, you know, factors that we don't really want to discuss too much, but I'm waiting for more political and travel stability before I start to open up to other places, like going back to Turkey and Lebanon and Jordan and places like that. And
I think that 2023 is a great year for people to travel. I think it might even be a better year than 2024-25 because we're going through all kinds of new adjustments in the world, and there's new systems in place, but this is a wonderful time for people to take one of these tours, to get out there and to check it out. I mean, a lot of people want to get out and travel. They've been stuck in the house since 2020, so now is the time to do it. Bride, thank you again, and I hope we can get you back in the future. future to discuss some of these other fascinating topics, such as ancient cataclysms, advanced machining, and all these megalithic structures you have looked at all over the world. And I want to thank all of you for watching. Do remember to like, subscribe, comment down below, and share this video with your friends. And I'll talk to you on the next episode.
That's it, it's over already. Oh my god, man.
On June 3rd, there's a full moon in Sagittarius. Mercury is making a conjunction with Uranus in the sign of Taurus, and this all together brings a lot of innovation, problem solving, and ability to find your way through. What does this mean for you? That's what we're going to talk about. Hi everyone, I'm Donna Silhorn, your practical astrologer, and today we are talking about the full moon. It's at 13 degrees of Sagittarius. We're going to do a short overview, and then we're going to go sign by sign. This full moon is in Sagittarius, and Sagittarius is about the beliefs and rules and story you give yourself, and this is what you use to navigate this world. So while your chart is your toolbox, and with those tools, you're able to carve out success and create relationships and the things that you want. Your belief system and the story that you tell about yourself is what gives you that ability to use those tools to the fullest. So everything you do, everything you gravitate towards, everything that you are repelled from helps construct your story. And as you are investigating your story and learning about it, you're learning about yourself, and you can adjust that story to make it easier for you to move through the universe and get what you want. This puts all the power in your hands. And that is that if you believe that the universe is a benevolent place, then you're more likely to be aware of opportunities and synchronicity and good luck when it happens. This Sagittarius full moon is a good time to look back and see how much you've handled over the last few years, and to show yourself how much you've grown, how you are able to take on projects and situations with people and move forward. And the Sagittarius full moon also says that you have been flexible, you've known when to pivot, you have known when to make a change. Now, lately it may have seemed that the universe is just throwing one thing after another on you. And this is because we are in a time of massive change. And the solution to all of this is to think innovatively and to look at different directions you can go. You know, sometimes we think that happiness is when things stay the same, or if we're in a little comfortable bubble. But in actuality, happiness really comes when we solve problems, when we blend together as a community, when we get to use our talents and abilities to make something better. Now, Mercury is conjunct Uranus in Taurus, and this happens about once a year, depending on when Mercury is retrograde. But right now, this is happening. And so Mercury is thinking process and ideas and how you can be versatile with things. And then Uranus is about innovation and change. And we put these two together, and we call it a genius aspect, because it's where you can, look at something and turn it upside down, and suddenly it has a bunch of uses. It's like the story of Velcro, where the guy was walking through the field and he found a plant in his sock, and he used that plant design to make Velcro. So it is this idea that you can take the things that are around you and find the solutions that you're looking for. Now, when these two come together, it can be really stimulating. And now, in a world where we have unlimited information, you could have 1,000 ideas come into your head at once. So the most important thing right now is to jot down ideas. I mean, you're going to think of ways to solve problems. You're going to look at different puzzles you've been working on. And puzzles doesn't mean just games. Puzzles are sometimes, how to make your relationship better, or how to get along better with coworkers. Those are puzzles also. And while the internet offers us all of this unlimited information, the best route to innovation is going to be asking yourself questions. Tim Ferriss has his famous 17 questions. Well, I don't know if they're famous. I've mentioned them on this channel before. And so, one of those is, what if I was to do the opposite for 48 hours? Another is, what do you spend a lot of money on, or what are you willing to spend a lot of money on, and how could that information help you maybe start a business? How could that information tell you more about yourself? And of course, probably his most famous is, if you could only work 4 hours a week, what are the priorities? What could you get done? What could you accomplish? So for the next 2 weeks, you'll be carrying this energy of Mercury conjunct Uranus, and you'll have lots of
I just had a call from the fucking unemployment bitch.
Then you can direct that energy.
God, what a fucking stupid fucking bitch, man.
So overall, this full moon is actually a little bit of
What a fucking dumbass
storm.
fucking bitch.
And the storm has been raging. We had eclipses.
Jesus fucking Christ.
T-square at 0 degrees with Pluto.
Never put any
Mars.
fucking retard in power.
It just feels like things have been piling on you.
Fucking
all
stupid
this
evil
time. And
fucking
now
bitch,
it's gonna
man.
Get a little quiet, at least for a couple of weeks, so that you can process things. So the first thing to do is to congratulate yourself that you've made it this far.
Just the shittiest human beings of all time.
Of your skills, to look at what you've learned, look at how you've grown, and then look ahead and say, all right, now where do I want to go? and what are the next steps that I need to take. But most importantly, when you look at the story you tell yourself about who you are, be the person who's looking at this with a sense of adventure. Do Sagittarius, say, this is going to be fun. This is going to be interesting. I'm going to learn something. And when you do, then the universe really helps make that happen. So today we are doing tropical Western astrology. You want to listen to your rising sign or your ascending sign. This is going to tell you what's going to be happening for you over the next 2 weeks. If you don't know your rising sign, you can send me your birth information and I'll send you a copy of your chart. If you want to know more details about what's ahead for you, I do readings. I also have some video courses out. I've got one on the Flying Star, and then I have Tarot, Reading the Natural Way. That's a full course on how to read the tarot, using each card as though it's a still frame in a movie. So if you like movies, then you can read the tarot. Okay, let's go sign by sign. Okay, Aries, you guys are doing this full
Fucking dumb bitch, man.
Of education, travel, life experiences, and your personal philosophy. And so this is a time to look at what kind of rules you've given yourself to see if those rules are still serving you. Maybe these are rules that came to you from someone else, and so then they need to be challenged. If they even are your own rules, are they things that are still valid in your life? And then, of course, with this full moon, maybe you're thinking about going somewhere, or maybe you're finishing up your semester. Perhaps you're looking at your future semester and learning new things. And then when we look at that Uranus conjunct Mercury, that's going on in your house of money. So there is opportunities for you to get new financial ideas, money-making plans. These are things you should write down. Also, you may get some sort of like an idea of a money block that you can obliterate. Something that maybe since childhood was an idea that you latched on to, which is actually limiting your money, or something that you got later in life. And so this is something that then you can challenge and come up with a solution for. Now, when it comes to love relationships, specifically new love, Mars is making a sextile to the Sun, and Mars is in that house. Venus is almost there, so you have a really good energy for love relationships. If you want to go meet someone new, if you want to, get some dating things happening, this is a really good time to be out there. When it comes to existing love relationships, there's no aspect going on between Venus and Mars. And at this point, because Venus is approaching Mars, though, there is going to be a time in the future where these two factors are coming together. Well, factors, they're actually planets. And when they come together,
I have no idea if this is going to work. I have no idea. I don't think it is.
So the two of you can come together and work out something, or have some shared goals. So you have that coming up in the near future, and so that's something you want to watch for. Now, when it comes to your money, you have some really good energy. You're pulling energy from that Venus that we were just talking about, as well as having North Node, Jupiter, Mercury, and Uranus in that house. And so this is a time where a lot of creative ideas are going to happen, a lot of opportunities can be there, and that could be anything from finding a new job to having a business idea. So you want to make sure that you're capturing these ideas some way, capturing them in a note-taking app or writing them down, because there's going to be too many to actually have, to be able to work on during this 2-week period. So some of these are for your future, and some of these you'll be able to grab hold of right now. Now, when it comes to your money that comes from business or from investments, things are looking pretty good. You are doing an out-of-sign opposition between Venus and Pluto. So there is some profits that you can make, some different way of doing things, because this is out of sign. So it's maybe not as obvious, but there is a way for you to get more money, and I expect you to make more money over this next 2 weeks. Now, when it comes to money derived from career, so that's like a paycheck, it's a different story because Venus is not making an aspect with Uranus. So in this case, while you're doing a lot of money-making options, asking for a raise or trying to get more money from an employer is probably the most difficult of all of those. So changing jobs might be easier, or finding outside sources of income or having a windfall is more likely right now. This energy will line up in the future, so this isn't quite the right time to be asking for a raise. Okay, Taurus, you guys are doing this full moon, lighting up your house of power, control, also resources from others, and those very, very close relationships. And so you have an opportunity to gain more power in your life, and that is first by recognizing where you're giving away your power, because you naturally have power. And so, but sometimes, we can give away power and then we feel powerless. So this is an opportunity where that moon is lighting up that house, and so you can see if you're doing that. This is also a time where you may get more resources, and so that's like increased credit limits, maybe opportunities for lower interest rates, or resources like people coming to you to help you. So you'll have all of that. Now, the Mercury conjunction Uranus is happening in your own sign, and so this is the ideas and all of that. They can come from you yourself, but it's likely they're going to come through partnerships or collaborations, or even just reaching out and asking someone a question. And as you do, then new ideas flood in, solutions to problems are there. And so that's your point where you're going to tap into the knowledge of the universe. Now, when it comes to love relationships, specifically new love, Mercury is not making an aspect with Venus. And so you do have some opportunities for love relationship, but it's more that you're waiting, or you may be just mentioning something that you want to know that's not related to love, like asking them a question, and then they start pursuing you. And so this is where the ball is kind of in their court. And so if you want to take the action, you might want to wait until outside this 2-week period. Now, when it comes to existing love relationships, Venus is making an out-of-sign opposition to Pluto. That's some pretty strong energy, but it's not as direct. And so there's something where the two of you could come together to work on something, and it's a little bit unexpected. Or by doing something that's outside your usual, you come together in a new way. So it's like going bowling when you never bowl, or putting together a piece of IKEA furniture that's particularly difficult. You come together, you learn about each other, and this can help strengthen your relationship. I'm smiling because sometimes I try to say 2 words at once. It just ends up sounding slurred. Now, when it comes to friendships, you have some great opportunities here. Venus is making a trine to Neptune. You've got Saturn there, so this would indicate more business-oriented meetings or groups, and like being part of a professional organization, but actually finding friendships through that. And so if there was something you were looking to learn, like going to some sort of coding camp, or learning how to paint, or doing anything that has maybe a structure of education around it, also could bring you somebody who you find you can just have fun with. Now, when it comes to your money, the sun is in this house, and so that really bodes well for new ideas, etc. And you're pulling money from Mercury, which is conjunct Uranus in your own sign. So there's a lot of money opportunities that's coming right to you, and that is that it's time for you to be with your eyes open and say, how can I make more money right now? What's in front of me? What's there for the taking? Where am I holding myself back or being distracted? Doing those things will help you grab hold of money opportunities over this next 2 weeks. Now, when it comes to money from investments or from your business, even though Mercury is not making an aspect with Jupiter, they're both in the same sign, and so that there's some affinity happening here. But it's interesting because actually in this entire chart, Mercury is only making one aspect, and that's the conjunction to Uranus. And so because that rules your money, it almost says do something different. Don't do the same old thing. So if you are looking at your investments, maybe look at them in a new way, calculate them over a longer period of time, or maybe, recalculate them, factoring in fees or things like that. And the same with business. Look at your business and how you're doing it, and look at doing it in a new way. Then when it comes to money derived from career, so that's like a paycheck, Mercury is not making an aspect with Neptune. And so you don't have the benefit of even Neptune being in the same sign with Mercury. So this is a little bit more difficult. I would say just wait if you're thinking about, trying for a raise. Again, there's more money opportunities thinking creatively rather than in a conventional way. So this energy will line up in the future. And that will be the time to ask for a raise. But right now, it's not time. Okay, Gemini, you guys are doing this full moon, lighting up your house of relationships, and so there is definite opportunities to bring in people for love relationships, friendships, mentors, teachers, people you can partner with, business and projects. So this is a time where there's a world of people out there, and many of them want to meet you. So this is, when you want to go out and meet them. Now, Mercury is conjunct Uranus in your house of intuition and psychic ability. And so what that can do is it can open up your mind and your spirit to bigger ideas and bigger solutions. And that's because the boundary between you and the universe is thinner right now. And so you can, through meditation, and that could be a walking meditation or a guided meditation, you could come up with more ideas and solutions to things. Consider doing some journaling, that can do it. Or, do a focus, like holding a crystal and focusing your energy on that. So there's several ways where, ideas are several opportunities for ideas to come in, and these could be real gems of ideas. Now, when it comes to love relationships, specifically new love, Venus is not making an aspect with Mercury. In fact, your ruler here, Mercury, is only making a conjunction to Uranus. So that's actually kind of unusual, and it's really single-minded, which is interesting because Mercury, or I should say Gemini, is never single-minded. You are the guys who can, multitask. You can think two things at once. You can feel two different things at the same time. And so right now, it's like the universe is trying to focus your energy on one thing at a time. And right now, that might not be new love. That might be more looking at your own life and ideas and solutions for that. Now, when it comes to existing love relationships, the energy is a little better. Even though Mercury's not making an aspect with Jupiter, they're in the same sign, plus the full moon is there. So your existing love relationship is getting better. There is an opportunity to come together, to shine a light on problems and come up with solutions. So that energy is looking pretty good. Now, when it comes to your money, you're pulling money from that moon
Guys,
that is lighting
like
up your
guys.
house of partnerships and collaborations. Also, Venus is still in that house, so this might mean that there's a little extra spending or money going out right now. Maybe like a last-minute spree, and so if you're trying to stay on budget, you might want to hide the credit cards. But that moon in the 7th, that is saying that as you reach out to people, as you connect with others, more money can come into your life. Maybe not directly from that source, but from somewhere. Now, when it comes to money from investments or from your business, you have a very strong aspect for money. The moon is making a square to Saturn, and that means that as you take action, you can make more money than usual. It's almost a compelling action, like you can't help yourself, you must do something. Or this is initiated by someone else. Someone says, here's a big opportunity, but you have to do something about it right now. So I think it's very likely you'll make more money than usual over the next 2 weeks. Now, when it comes to money derived from career, so that's like paycheck, the moon's making a trine to Mars. So you have excellent energy for asking for a raise or changing your commission schedule or finding a way to get a more flexible schedule or get some other perks. Now, the only caveat on that is there's a lot of planets hidden in this chart, and so that might mean that your supervisor is on vacation, you have to track them down, or that you haven't been in the office or not turning your camera on during Zoom meetings, and so you have to make yourself a little bit known to get the best rays, but the energy is quite good for doing something with that over the next 2 weeks. Okay, Cancer, you guys are doing this full moon, lighting up your house of work and routines and also health and well-being. And so there may be some new information about your health that's coming through. It's almost like there's a spotlight on this now, and so you can gather this new information, or you're taking the information you had but applying it differently or seeing a different twist in it. This is also about your productivity and efficiency, and so you may get some ideas about that. There could be some things that you need to pay attention to at work, and so that's why this is lit up, maybe new systems or working with new people. So all of that's going on. At the same time, Mercury is making a conjunction with Uranus in your house of friendships and community. And so here's where all the ideas come in. Here's where the solutions are. And that is you state your problems to your friends or to the community at large, and solutions will come in. And then you can pick and choose what's going to work for you and what isn't. So this is really a strong resource for you at this time, is to ask basically the world, and the world comes up with solutions for you.
Like, how do I not pick up these guns again? How?
Semi-square to Pluto. So there is a love opportunity, but there's something where maybe they're not quite your type, or there's something about them that you say, oh, I like 90%, but there's this one little thing that I'm not sure if I can live with. So, and that's where you kind of need to maybe expand your definition, like maybe they live kind of far, or, their hairstyle is something you don't like, or they don't have hair, or something like that. So there may be something where you're possibly breaking one of your rules, but there could be a real match there, and so you might want to consider at least the first date. Now, when it comes to existing love relationships, the moon's making a square to Saturn, and so there's a need for the two of you to come together to work out something, and when you do work it out. So this is not a time to be distracted or to just, sit with hurt feelings. It's more important to go to that person and say, this is what's bothering me, because you do have an opportunity to find a solution, to work this out, really maybe on a permanent basis. So a great opportunity to make this relationship better. Now, when it comes to friendships, the moon's making a sesquiquadrant to Venus, plus you have North Node, Jupiter,
Thanks for being here.
and Uranus.
I'm having so much fun.
Friendships is extremely highlighted. Yes, a sesquiquadrant is not the easiest of energy. I think I've described it before as like you're at the carnival and you win the prize of the little fish in the bag, but then you've got to carry the fish around and you can't go on the rides and all. But you won a prize. Like it's a mixed blessing, and that could be this energy of friendships. Like you can find people who are ready for a friendship with you, but then you got to take the time and get them into your schedule, and so but still, friendship is worth it, and so that's why I pointed out to you. Now, when it comes to your money, you're pulling money from that sun, which is in that house of spirituality and psychic ability. You have Mars in that house also, so you've got a strong money house, but there's a spiritual component here. And so this would be a time where I'd say, step out of the normal marketing mode and maybe do a little feng shui, like get a new welcome mat, or do a meditation with a candle or crystals, or do something that is kind of on the spiritual side and activate that sun in the 12th house so that you can bring in the prosperity that you're looking for. Now, when it comes to money derived from investments or your business, the sun's not making an aspect with Uranus, so I think you're making about the same as usual. One of the problems is because that sun is in a hidden house, it's like the money is somewhere, it's coming. And so
Come on,
when,
please. Like,
when
please.
you don't have that money,
Oh,
the
guys, that was so
opportunity right
fast.
there, then you need to work on other
That was
things.
so
This
fast.
might be the back office of your business or your website. You know, there's this a little saying that always goes through my head, and that is,
I just pray. I spend half the runs praying.
That's the
Like, I
energy
just
that you're
pray every
doing.
time.
If you can't fish at the moment, you mend your nets and you get ready for the next fishing season. And then when it comes to money derived from career, the son's making a semi-square.
He was close too, you could see. He was kind of like turned, he was kind of perpendicular to the console when it opened there, as if he was going back. Maybe if I kept my looking, I wanted to shoot over as fast as I could. Maybe if I kept looking on the right, he would have got stuck, but who knows.
So, you know, this isn't the easiest time, but this is still a good time.
It was fast though.
Okay, Leo, you guys are doing this full moon, lighting up your house of creativity, personal expression, risk-taking. It's also romance and kids. And so all of these things may be on your mind. That's why it's lit up right now, so that you can think about it and, you know, expand your world in that area. So opportunities to do creative projects could be strong. Your kids might need more, you know, assistance right now. And I think the most interesting is that Uranus is conjunct Mercury, up very high in your chart. It's in that house of career, and that can really bring you solutions about careers, bringing you new ideas about it, maybe about, you know, what you could be doing if you want to switch careers, or how to move up in your current career. It's also about reputation, and so how to put yourself out there to the bigger world. Now, when it comes to love relationships, specifically new love, even though the sun's not making an aspect with Jupiter, the full moon is there, so this area is lit up, and so this is a good time to meet someone new. You've got a lot of elevated planets. In fact, you know, it's just the moon and Mars below the horizon. Everything else is very visible. That means you are very visible. So you can go out and meet someone. Because there's no aspect, maybe the first date happens outside the 2-week period, or maybe someone is asking you out and you don't even realize it. So, you know, alert your friends that if you miss it, they'll point it out to you. Now, when it comes to existing love relationships, the sun's not making an aspect with Uranus, and I think that what's going on is that you seem to be focused on other things, so the relationship's just going on as it normally does. You might not be interacting so much, you know, maybe one of you is away or traveling, or, you know, very focused on the kids or something like that. So I think it's just going on as usual. Now, when it comes to your money, you're pulling money from that Mercury, which is conjunct Uranus, which is considered a genius aspect. And so this is a time where, like, if you want to invent something, you know, like, sit down and think this through. You know, look to solve people's problems, and you can make a lot of money. You could find also something that's very fulfilling for you to do. Again, more brainstorming, more thinking about this, asking yourself the questions. That's what's going to bring money. Or ask people who are high up in whatever profession you're in. So, you know, the superstars out there, you can send them messages, but even people who are just 1 or 2 steps above on the ladder than you, they may have some information for you too. Now, when it comes to money from your business or from investments, I think you're making about the same as usual. Mercury's not making an aspect with Neptune. And Saturn is there. Saturn's going to be there for a while, but that does say that you need to pay attention to it. So we call them passive income or passive investments, but in this time, it shouldn't be that passive. It should be something that you are paying attention to. The same with a business. Whatever you've automated, go in and check your systems to make sure everything's working. And again, I think you're making about the same as usual. Then when it comes to money derived from career, Mercury is conjunct Uranus in your house of career, so this is exceptionally strong. So consider, you know, can you ask for a raise? Can you talk about a promotion? Can you look to transfer to another department or look for a new job? You have big opportunities right now for getting more money from a regular job or some sort of paycheck, or if you do contract work, you could sign a pretty lucrative contract. Okay, Virgo, you guys are doing this full moon, lighting up your house of home, family, foundations, and your dwelling. And so there may be stuff going on with your family. It's possible that you're thinking about moving, or maybe you just moved and you're unpacking. This is also about your foundations, like what you build from, and that we hear about that a lot. That can be anything from like getting up early and working hard to having a support system in place, like emergency funds, things like that. So it's the place that you build from. And then your ruler, Mercury, is conjunct Uranus, and the kind of the star of this chart. That is elevated in your chart in your house of education and travel. So there's definite opportunities to learn new things, maybe through travel, maybe through some classes, but to make a big switch of how you were thinking about things and opening up your mind to new possibilities. So I think you're going to get amazing ideas during this 2-week period. You can't hear it, but the cat is snoring so loud. Apparently, I'm really riveting. Now, when it comes to love relationships, specifically new love, even though Saturn's not making an aspect with Mercury, there's so many elevated planets here. I think that someone could find you, but if you're looking, I don't think it's going to be so easy for you to find. So, be out in the world, smile at the world, be open to talking with people, but if you're actively pursuing this, you may want to wait until this aspect lines up, and it will in the future. When it comes to existing love relationships, things are going about the same as usual. Mercury's not making an aspect with Neptune, and so it's just rolling along as it always has. I think that the two of you are doing you do your part of the relationship, they do theirs, and it's you're just rolling along together, but not really working on problems or things like that, and that's okay. Sometimes you want to just roll along. Now, when it comes to your money, you're pulling money from that Venus, which it has been traveling through that area of technology as well as friendships and organizations, and it's just on the verge of changing signs and then going to be more about spirituality and psychic ability, etc. So, but right now, since it's about to make that transition, this is a time to look at what needs to be finished, what can you complete, and not quite time to get something new started, but maybe just to do the very basics. Remember, you're doing foundational stuff now. So what is the foundation that you can do? What's the thing maybe you need to learn to get something started? Now, when it comes to money derived from investments and from business, you're making about the same as usual. Venus is not making an aspect with Mars, but the two of them are going to be kind of in tandem for a long time. So there are opportunities. Right now, it feels like it's a little out of reach, but these two will close together in the future, and you're going to have some great money opportunities coming up. Now, when it comes to money derived from career, so like a paycheck, the moon is making a sesquiquadrate to Venus, which means that you could ask for a raise and you might get one, but there's a big hurdle to cross. And because you're doing a lot in education and testing, it may be that you have to take a test to gain more money, or that something has to come down, like a new rule has to come down from on high for you to get that. So you may want to wait until this energy lines up better in the future. Okay, Libra, you guys are doing this full moon, lighting up your house of communication, thinking process. This is also about contracts, paperwork, and your vehicle. So, when I do that list, like if you're, you think, oh yeah, there was a recall on my vehicle, I need to take care of it, I gotta get an oil change, like that's the thing then. So, or maybe you think, oh yes, I want to ask for a contract, or I need to write a contract for someone, or you have paperwork on your desk already. So that's what this is about. If none of those things are popping into your mind, then it could be about the words that you're saying to yourself, or perhaps because of the nature of the world we live in, right? Maybe you're just collecting so much information and not giving yourself enough time to process it. Now, Mercury is making a conjunction to Uranus in your house of resources, so tons and tons of ideas of ways that you can make money, gain more power, more control over maybe investments or passive income sources, as well as just everyday situations where if you've been giving away your power, now you could have solutions for that. So there's a lot of inspiration that can come because those two are conjunct in that area. Now, when it comes to love relationships, specifically new love, Venus is not making an aspect with Uranus. And I think that right now your mind just seems to be on other things. I would focus on friendships and just getting to know the person. You may be pursued, but I think that perhaps you're pursued by someone you're not so interested in. So again, I think this, of course, this energy is going to line up much better in the future. So just be patient. It will get better. You probably hate hearing those "you have to be patient" thing. Sorry. I don't like to hear it either. Now, when it comes to existing love relationships, Venus is not making an aspect with Mars, but these two are going in tandem, and they're going to get closer and closer together, and they're going to be traveling together for some time. So it's not quite here yet, but pretty soon you have an improved relationship with your partner. So right now, you know, if there's some stress or things, just hold back a little bit. You're going to have some opportunities to discuss it and work things out in the near future. Now, when it comes to friendships, the sun's making a semi-square to Venus, so there are some friendship opportunities. The semi-square says that it's a little bit outside of maybe your schedule, or it's a little farther than you wanted to drive, but there's some opportunity to meet some new people for a friendship, but a little work is involved, and so you have to weigh whether you want to do that. Now, when it comes to your money, you're pulling money from that Pluto, which is in Aquarius now, but is working its way back to Capricorn. And so you may have had some new ideas about things, and the new ideas are kind of falling apart. That's because it's going to go back into Capricorn for a little while, and that is where you're going to pull some knowledge from the past to shore this idea up to move it forward in the future. You're also pulling money from that Mars, which is in your house of community and friendships. And so there's a source of money for you to find, you know, like people you used to work with, or professional organizations, or hobby groups. All of these places are where you could meet people who could help you make more money. Now, when it comes to money derived from investments or from your business, Venus is making an out-of-sign opposition to Pluto. That can indicate more money is available to you. Because it's out of sign, it's a little bit less obvious. Now, you do have Jupiter and Mercury and Uranus there, so some sort of inspiration can happen. You know, maybe a new way to do your investments that actually brings you more profits, or some new marketing idea or new product that you're putting out. There's something new that you're doing. There's a little bit of effort involved, but it can bring you more money. Now, when it comes to money derived from career, so that's like a paycheck, the sun's making a sesquiquadrate to Pluto and a sextile to Mars. So you have both of your money planets involved in this. That, it bodes very well. The sesquiquadrate does say that maybe there's a couple of hurdles or hoops you have to jump. I guess you could jump both of those. So but the sextile says there's an opportunity. Sesquiquadrate says that, you know, it may be a little bit of a mixed bag. I still like the fact that you're doing a double aspect, and so I think it's worth asking for. And maybe you'll have to do a little negotiation in the process, but you'll still likely end up with more money. Okay, Scorpio, you guys are doing this full moon, lighting up your house of money. It's also about possessions and self-worth. We're going to talk about money in a second, so let's talk about those other two. This is lighting up your house of possessions, and so this might be time to take a look and see if you need to declutter. If you have found that, you know, maybe some of the things you have you can sell and bring in some extra money. Maybe something that you have just gives you ideas about other things, you know, that could be valuable in your life. This is also about self-worth, and so looking at, you know, how you're feeling about yourself and taking those steps so that you can have a stronger sense of self. We also do show that Mercury conjunct Uranus in your house of relationships. That means that other people can be very helpful. They can bring you ideas. They may not even know they're doing it. They can just inspire you or help you solve a problem. And that can be people that you know or people that you are just seeing out in the world, but other people are giving you ideas. Now, when it comes to love relationships, Pluto's making a sextile to Neptune. Right now, it's an out-of-sign sextile, so it's like not as obvious, like somebody maybe not in your type or something.
So much
like that.
lag in
It's
this
such
run.
a strong relationship house. It may be worth it to go out with this person. Maybe there's an age difference, or maybe they're from a foreign country or something like that. Somebody who you haven't dated that type of person in the past, but this could be a real connection here. Now, when it comes to existing love relationships, you've got a lot of energy going on. Venus is making an out-of-sign opposition to Pluto, plus you have North Node, Jupiter, Mercury, and Uranus there. So you're getting ideas of how to solve relationship problems. That means that you need to identify what the problem is, and then a solution will come either from your partner or from some outside source. So this is a great time for you to strengthen your love relationship, because the two of you can come together to solve a problem that you're both facing, or you can solve problems that you're having with each other. Now, when it comes to your money, you're pulling money from that Jupiter in your house of relationships, plus, of course, the full moon is in that house, and it's lighting up that house like a spotlight. So when it does that, what it's suggesting is that you look at your finances in a very realistic way. And so you look at the trends, you look at how things are going, and then, if you like the way the trend is, then you can reach out to other people and expand that. If you don't like where the trend is going, you can reach out to other people and look for solutions. So in both cases, you can turn the boat in the direction that you want to go and get there faster. So this is very strong energy. It does mean some interaction with others, and that might mean people you know or people you've just met, or even professionals. But there's really good energy here for having great ideas about making money. Now, when it comes to money from your business or from investments, I think you're making a little more than usual, because even though the Jupiter's not making an aspect to Mercury, they're in the same sign, plus, of course, the full moon is there. So you've got a lot of energy going on about that. So I think that you're making a little bit more than usual, and then I think that will expand over time outside the 2-week period. And then when it comes to money derived from career, that same energy of the Mercury and Jupiter being in the same sign, plus the moon lighting up your house of money, I think is really strong.
Like
You've
who?
got a good house
Why?
of relationships and connections with others. So this is a time to find your supervisor, sit them down, and say, how can I be on the track to make more money? Or what do I need to do to get the promotion? Also, applying at other places and expanding the possibilities that way. So you have a very strong chance of making more money by asking for a raise or getting perks or things like that. Okay, Sagittarius, this is your full moon, and this starts basically your 3-month harvest period. So that means that the stuff you've been doing over the last 6 months or so, that was the beginning of projects and things like that. So take a look at all the projects you've been working on. Now you're at the height of energy for the next 3 months, and see what you can do to take it and put it out into the world. Even if you don't think it's ready, maybe some portion can go out. Maybe it can go out to a select group of people. So all of that so that you can capitalize on that harvest energy. Now, also, Mercury is making a conjunction to Uranus in your house of work and routines. So the ideas that can come to you, especially about productivity and streamlining how you do things, also, things about your health and how to have more energy, you can get some amazing ideas at this time. You just need to ask those questions of, like, how can I get more done in less time? Or how can I feel like I have more energy? So questions like that can stimulate this Mercury conjunct Uranus and give you amazing ideas. Now, when it comes to love relationships, specifically new love, Jupiter's making a square to Mars, and you also have the full moon in that 1-7, those relationship houses. So your energy around meeting someone new for a love relationship is very strong. So this is a good time to go out on a first date or let somebody fix you up or, expand your profile online with extra pictures, things like that. Now, when it comes to existing love relationships, this is also very strong energy. Even though Mercury's not making an aspect with Jupiter, they're in the same sign, and of course this is the full moon energy. So there's something where maybe the two of you are coming together to work on a project, or you're doing a trip together, or there's something that's pulling you together so that you are together a lot more than usual. And that is helping the relationship because you get to bond. Now, when it comes to friendships, Venus is making a square to Jupiter. That means that friendships can happen. And it's interesting because there's a lot of planets that are more towards relationships and work and routines. So this may be going out with coworkers and, like doing happy hour, doing like a coffee date with somebody. So look for opportunities to meet people in your daily life, and they can become friends. Now, when it comes to your money, you're pulling money from Saturn right at the base of your chart. And Saturn wants to build something. And so what we're looking at here is Saturn at the base of your chart is about a foundation. And that is to take care of the things that make your life solid. And that from there, then you can build. And so solid would be, that there's food in the cupboards, that there is some sort of emergency fund, that there is a little bit of a backup for you. That gives you the foundation. And then you can take some of your free time, which may not be a lot, but then you can build from there. So money here says, and your money focus right now can be on, how do I build a strong foundation from which then to build a company or to build my career? Now, when it comes to your investments or money derived from your business, the moon's making a square to Saturn, so we have very strong energy for making money. Now, it's possible you're doing still some investing in your business. Venus is still in that house, so maybe you're doing a little bit of spending, but I think that it's likely you'll be making more money over the next 2 weeks. Now, when it comes to money derived from career, it is a different story because Venus is not making an aspect with Saturn. Plus, you have a very strong house of work. So if you ask for a raise during this time, they're just going to give you more work. So you might want to wait until outside this 2-week period. These two will line up in the future, and then you'll find a time where you can ask and not get saddled with a lot of extra responsibilities. Okay, Capricorn, you guys are doing this full moon, lighting up your house of spirituality, rest, recuperation, also psychic ability. And so this is a time where you want to step back and kind of do an evaluation of what you've been working on, how it's going, how your life is going in general. You might do this through journaling or, a walking meditation to just think this through, but taking some time to pause and kind of see how you feel about how things are going, and and not just what's not working, but what is working, and how can you expand that. At the same time, Mercury is conjunct Uranus in your house of creative ideas, adventure, risk-taking, and so there is so many positive ideas that you're having at this time, and maybe they just feel a little big, a little too far out of your comfort zone. And so that's where, again, thinking things through, and so you say, hey, I have this idea, like I want to go build a business in another country, like something big like that. And then taking the time and breaking it down into the smallest steps you can think of. Every little step, and then you just put one of those tiny, tiny little steps on your calendar each and every day, and you'll get it done. Now, when it comes to love relationships, specifically new love, even though Venus is not making an aspect with Saturn, you have a very strong house. I think that it's quite likely you could meet someone during this 2-week period. Now, because Venus is not making an aspect with Saturn, you may not recognize them right away. And so that is that, you're at the grocery store, and so you're thinking about something else, or you're paying attention to your phone and not to the person talking to you. So alert your friends and family to let you know if you've missed an opportunity so that you can go back and go, yes, I do want to go out with you. Now, when it comes to existing love relationships, the moon's making a square to Saturn, so you have very strong energy for working out problems. What I do see is because your house of children is very full, that means maybe the two of you coming together to work out something
double
about
duck?
the kids, and that means that you're having to get on the same page and be a united front, and that helps.
I didn't need to
really.
reload.
Now, when it comes to friendships, Saturn's being a semi-sextile to Pluto, so there's an opportunity to meet somebody for a friendship. And this, because the South Node is up here, maybe going to places you've been to before, or going on a regular basis, like going to the same coffee shop at the same time, so that you can start to get to know the people who are there. And so friendships are a possibility. Now, when it comes to your money, you're pulling money from that Saturn as well as Uranus, which is conjunct Mercury. It is that genius aspect. So this is a time where you do want to use the power of the question to ask yourself, how can I make more money? Or perhaps maybe the question is, how can I make $1,000 this week? How can I make $500 today? And so you start to really look at the question and first say, everything's on the table, all the different ideas. And as you open that up to some really wild and creative thinking, you'll get some amazing ideas. Now, when it comes to money from investments or from your business, you're making about the same as usual. You have Mars in that house, which is meaning that you're taking a lot of action, but the sun's not making an aspect with Uranus. So I think that you're out there, you're billing, or the investments are starting to go up, but it's not quite time to take the profits yet, or people haven't quite paid you yet. So I think the money is coming, and so I think you're making about the same as usual. Now, when it comes to money derived from career, and that's like a paycheck, Mars is making it in conjunct to Saturn, and Saturn is making a semi-sextile to Pluto. Had to check. And that means there are two aspects, not the happiest of aspects, but they're an aspect. And you know my rule. If there's an aspect, you have a chance to get hold of that money. But because they're not the easiest of aspects, there is some hurdles you have to jump. And so when you sit down to talk to your supervisor, they'll tell you what the hurdles are, and then you can decide whether those are something you want to do. Okay, Aquarius, you guys are doing this full moon in your house of friendships, community, also technology and the future. And so this is what's lit up for you. So doing future planning, writing out your goals, maybe joining a professional organization or getting involved in the community somehow, reaching out to friends that you haven't talked to in a while. And also looking at your technology and saying, do I need to upgrade? Is there something I need to learn? So all of that then is with that Uranus and conjunct Mercury in Taurus in your fourth house of home and family. So there's an awful lot of energy down in that house that says, how can my family come together in a new way? Maybe you didn't know that your uncle is really, really good at technology or really good at finance. And so learning about them. Maybe there are some different ways of approaching family issues, or you're trying to solve some sort of problem in the house itself, and so you can come up with innovative solutions. This is such strong.
I'm gonna play for another half hour, I think. At 4 o'clock, I'm gonna go outside, enjoy the sun, enjoy the day. I'm gonna do that at 4 o'clock.
Specifically new love.
Thanks for being here, though.
Conjunction to Uranus, and
it's like half an hour from now.
So really good opportunities for meeting someone new for a love relationship. And this would be kind of a spontaneous thing where you just happen to bump into somebody, so you want to be out and about. This is also would be good to go to venues where there are a lot of people, where you can meet people, like different types of conventions or different shows, or I'm thinking like RV shows or home shows or Comic Con or Comic Con. So anything like that, where you can be around people who are like-minded, you can meet somebody new for a love relationship. Then when it comes to existing love relationships, I think things are going around about the same as usual. Venus is not making an aspect with Mars, but they're getting closer together. And you have a very strong house of home and family. So you may have to pull together to do something for somebody else or to deal with something in the house. So you're less thinking about the relationship itself and more working on things together. And, you know, this shows that you are coming together, maybe not quite in sync yet, but you will be as we get a little farther down in the year. Not down in the year, along in the year. Now, when it comes to your money, you're pulling money from that Neptune in your house of money, as well as Jupiter, which is just separating now from the North Node. And so this is very much about, you know, if you have had an interest in something, you've thought about doing it, but you still kind of dance around the edges, this may be the time to commit at least some time, energy, and maybe some resources to finding out if this is your thing. And so perhaps that means getting a piece of equipment or getting some training or just marking out some time in your calendar to work on this. So this could be a time where you're finding basically your path. Now, when it comes to money from business or from investments, you're making about the same as usual. Mercury is not making an aspect with Neptune. And so I think it's just moving along, like, you know, like maybe your investments are going up, but it's not enough to take profits. You know,
What?
people are paying,
Like what?
but they haven't yet seen your new
This is
products.
so dumb,
and so
man.
I think you're making about the same as usual. Now, when it comes to money derived from careers, so like
Shoot him.
paycheck, that's where this full
Well,
moon
it's like,
is. So
why?
that's what's lit up, and so there are some possibilities. Plus, Jupiter's making a semi-sextile to Neptune. So you've got this potential of getting a raise. One of the things, though, that is maybe problematic is you've got so much at the base of your chart. Maybe, you know, because you're working remotely, your supervisor hasn't seen you in a while, you might have to do a few things to establish yourself there, and that's the semi-sextile part. Like a little bit of effort is needed, and then you could get more money for a job or if you're working contract. Okay, Pisces, you guys are doing this full moon right at the top of your chart, lighting up your house of career and reputation. This means that you're easily seen right now. And so what you put out into the world can be seen. That can include a resume or your posts. If you are looking to meet someone, you're more visible at this time. Maybe you're going to be on stage doing something or in some sort of spotlight, like leading a meeting or something. Now we have that Mercury conjunct Jupiter. Let me try that again. Mercury conjunct Uranus in Taurus in your house of ideas, thinking process. Also, this is that area where you have some dexterity, where you have ability to do things. And so this can mean that you're getting ideas by getting your hands into it. And, you know, if this is something more intellectual, that means like holding a pen and or writing things down or speaking them into your phone as you're thinking it through, because the mere act of that is activating more, you know, mechanical part of the process. So, but also, you know, like if it's computer stuff, to get into the program, if it's woodworking, to go get a saw, you know, like do something with your hands and get your body involved, and then new ideas are going to come. Now, when it comes to love relationships, specifically new love, the moon's not making an aspect with Neptune. And, you know, everything, not everything, you're very visible at this time, but it's like your mind is elsewhere. And so someone could ask you out and you might not realize it. So be aware that when you're out, you may get some attention, or maybe there are people online who are trying to get a hold of you, but you haven't logged in a while. So looking at that from, you know, like you're not maybe seeing them, but they're there. And so that's how the asset, that's just for 2 weeks. So this energy will line up in the future. And when it comes to existing love relationships, Mercury's not making an aspect with Neptune, and so things are just rolling along as usual. There may be quite a few discussions that you have because you have such a strong communication house, but it's not like you're talking about the relationship. You're talking about just things going on in your lives or things that are affecting the two of you. So I think your relationship's just going along as usual. Now, when it comes to your money, you're pulling money from Mars, which is in your house of work and routines. This is about productivity and efficiency and finding ways to actually get your ideas out into the world. And so maybe that is looking for systems or shortcuts or hacks that can help you actually get more done in less time, or streamline the process so it's not so complicated, or to find the minimum effective dose, as Tim Ferriss would say, to find what's most effective to get your results. That's the energy that you're doing now. Now, when it comes to money from investments or money derived from business, you're making about the same as usual. Venus is not making an aspect with Mars. However, and this is a big however for you guys, these two planets are going to be going in tandem for a long time this year. And so you're going to have many, many opportunities where it's kind of like Venus is chasing Mars. And so the energy here is going to line up really nicely. So right now, really focus on getting ready for those opportunities. And then when it comes to money derived from your career, so that would be like a paycheck, Mars is making an inconjunct to Saturn. So an inconjunct, yes, is an aspect where you would have to make some sort of adjustments, or they have to make some sort of adjustments, but it's still an aspect. So there is some possibilities. This is not that easy an aspect, and you may want to wait until later in the year when this lines up to be a better aspect. But if you have felt that you wanted to ask for a raise now, look to either have them adjust or be ready to make some compromises yourself, and then you can come to some sort of agreement. And that's it. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, please give it a thumbs up. If you haven't already, please subscribe and stay tuned because Lulu wants to say hi.
God, that's a terrible sound. I'm sorry. I might sign off, my friends. It's a beautiful day outside. I might take a break right now, to be honest. We had a good runs today. I'm gonna play later tonight.
And you're listening to the Astrology Podcast.
This is the last run I'm doing.
Forecast for the entire month of June of 2023. Joining me today are astrologers Austin Kopic and Kira Taborn. Hey, welcome.
All right.
Hey.
Thanks for being here. I really appreciate Scotty, Baron, Christian, everybody. Anomaly, Toad. Appreciate all the best. Talk to you soon.
Then we're going to transition into talking about news and recent events for the first hour of the episode. And then later in the second hour, we'll get into a full detailed breakdown of the month-ahead forecast for June. So people can go either to the podcast website or to the YouTube channel, and I'll put timestamps if you want to jump ahead to different segments of the show. But otherwise, let's go ahead and jump right into it by looking at the planetary alignments calendar for the month of June. All right, so here's the overview. On June 3rd, we get our first lunation of the month, which is a full moon in the sign of Sagittarius. The very next day, Mercury joins Uranus in the sign of Taurus. Then Venus ingresses into Leo on the 5th of June, which is important because Venus is actually going to go retrograde in that sign this summer, and therefore spend an extended period of time going through that sector of the sky. So this ingress is more important than usual because it's in some ways the early onset of the Venus retrograde period. Then later in the month, on the 11th, Mercury ingresses into the sign of Gemini and goes into its home sign, and Pluto retrogrades back into Capricorn after spending the past few months in the sign of Aquarius. Then later, at the end of that week, on the 17th of June, Saturn stations retrograde for the very first time in the sign of Pisces, and then it's going to retrograde back into early Pisces before stationing direct later this year. On the 20th, we get our second lunation of the month, which is a new moon in the sign of Gemini. Then the Sun moves into Cancer on the 21st, Mercury into Cancer on the 26th, and finally at the very end of the month, Neptune stations retrograde in late Pisces on June 30th. So those are some of the main sort of major alignments that we're going to be talking about during the course of this episode, among others. But yeah, so let's go ahead and transition into the news segment of the show, and first welcome you both on. So hey Austin, hey Kira. Kira, thanks for joining us for, you've been on the podcast before, but this is your first time joining us as a co-host for the forecast episode.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm stoked to be here.
Yeah, I'm glad you're here. We were gonna maybe do a podcast last year, but that fell apart. So I'm excited to have you here.
Yeah, and I will at some point tap you for that again once I get around to it.
Yeah, just let me know.
And we did the Scorpio episode together of the Zodiac series along with our friend Sam Reynolds last year, and that was one of my favorite entries in the entire, and I say that with much bias, of the entire Zodiac series, but it was a really good episode. I mean, oh right, I forgot. Oh yeah, usually when I have somebody and I say that, I don't have like one of the other hosts of the other sign on at the same time. Pisces was also a good episode.
Yeah, Pisces is one of my favorites. So.
Well, thank you. And we talked a lot about you know, the good relations between the nations of Pisces and Scorpio.
Right.
Points of agreement.
You know what's really funny about that is I forgot to repeat